Morning, good morning. How's everyone doing? Yeah, it looks like we've got a buyer absorbing sellers at 480. Just holding our 15-minute view up as supportive as of right now. Kind of balanced. No real clear direction as of yet. But we've got these guys who are being absorbed here at our 15-minute view up is the purple line. And we are just rejecting our deviation away from our 15-minute view up so far this morning, which is this orange line above. It's interesting. I'd expect sell side gets a bit more momentum once we get below like 70. But until then, this 70 to like 85, 90 is where buyers sitting. It's not a lot here. But we get below this and offer, I'd say that price is going to be able to rotate down to like 40, like this. But if we continue to hold here, then it's just balance in here and here. Oh, yep. Morning Glock. Yeah, but I'm busy, bud. I'm not doing your. Not doing that. Hi, Darian. All right. Let's see if we absorb here again, or if we'll flip and rotate down to 40s. Need to fix some of these levels, I'm pretty sure. Should find a little bit of a bounce here, and then we should look for an offer into this ledge, just like we have pathed. This is just our reversion zone, so it makes sense to find that buyer there. Same thing on ES. Just looking to see where this offer is going to be. Watching ES into our value edge. Watching NQ into this like 77. It's POC of this candle so far. Let's see what we can do here.
Powell says in the last couple of years, the stablecoin industry has matured and become more mainstream.
Good offer there. I don't know. Let me look. Yeah, like 46, 45 kind of has to be your first target. And then below that, like 38. If we are able to push below. Like anywhere in here is gonna be iffy. But 38 should be where we'll head if we break below that. Because that'll just be a retest to our Globex. Until then, right, like, this is just our reversion area where we have to be careful. This is the difference between a trend day and a reversion to 15-minute VWAP kind of day, you know? It's just if we bounce here or not. In our reversion zone.
Powell says we're looking at and withdrawing much prior crypto guidance.
Immediate bid up 45 on ES and just our rotation into our lows here on NQ. Not a lot to talk about. Just back to our offer here.
Powell, when asked about the risks of stagflation, says not seeing that now. Says stagflation is not the base case, but the Fed is monitoring. Powell says if there were stagflation, it would put the Fed in a hard place.
I'm trying to take in some size here at 50. Not sure if they hold. This is basically target on NQ. Need to show interest below this 46 for really anything more. Same thing on ES. See if they can sweep this. If we continue to eat it up.
AMD shares hit over a 7-month high, up around 2.5%. Again, AMD shares rising here as we have seen some analyst upgrades to AMD's shares here.
Yeah, that's my secondary target. You just gotta get through this first. There's very clearly someone taking in size here. So this could be it for right now. No, 420, 430, Roy. This is just our value from yesterday, right? So we got to get through that first. If we can push below, then we can rotate down to this 400. Same levels as yesterday. But until then, this 46 is it. RTY kind of leading down right now, which is good if we want this continuation. So far, rejecting POC of previous candle on footprint. Pushing back down to lows. See if we can breach on this attempt. Or if it's going to be another balance rotation. Really need to see this like 4550 get swept through. We're just going to continue to absorb here. You've got SMH green and XLC, which like if tech is still green, then the market's still green. There's not really much more to argue about that. So semis are green, communications are green, crypto's green, tech is green, and then like healthcare is barely red, right? And tech can carry the market on its own. You need tech to start to show weakness if you want more. Like utilities, energy, gas, right? Like oil, these things are all red, which makes sense because there was a lot of money going into them with the Iran conflict. But if that's starting to subside, then of course there's some selling there. So we're really going to need to see like AMD, Nvidia start to sell. Apple's still positive on the day. Just continuing to bounce off R46, just like we talked about. Yes, full rotation. My footprint keeps like deleting itself. Super annoying. What's going on? Yeah, keep having to reload it. I'm watching these Tesla cabs hitting emergency brake because it's sunrise or sunset right now. What is going on? There's a shadow, and they're like freaking out. Have you experienced that at all with FSD surf? The Tesla cabs are hitting the emergency brake because of shadows near sunset. Looks like they have a hard time differentiating.
Fed's pal says that future trade deals may allow the Fed to consider cuts.
Another full balance rotation here on ES off of another failure. Same thing on NQ, just rejecting our 70, pushing down. Again, there's no shift until we can show interest below this like 45.50. It's just where this buyer's sitting. Sweep through, see if they can hold it. This is next target, so we push down into 20 to 30. I'm out half here.
So, according to the Wall Street Journal, Shell are in early talks to acquire a rival BP. Shell BP talks are in early stages, according to the Wall Street Journal.
This resetting every 5 minutes is kind of driving me crazy. What is going on, man? Yeah. Like, there's no issues with the trading itself. It's just like my charts keep reloading over and over again. Or like not loading at all. My DOM works perfectly fine though, so like we're not in a terrible position. It's just annoying.
So just keep in mind, of course, Fed's Powell is still giving day two of his testimony here. We've been seeing his comments come through today, but they are really just repeats of comments that he made during his testimony yesterday. Fed's Powell says, in high uncertainty as we are now, I want to take signal from the real data and not be so brave about forecasts.
Oh boy. It works just fine. I've just been like an oil for the extremes. I still am looking at Russell, just not on screen. Yeah, it's fine. I don't know, man. Maybe. I don't know. Whale pushing. Testing our overnight high now. Yeah, there's really not much to talk about here on NQ. Bid is getting absorbed a bit into 55. There's no change there, but offer is still below. Just watching to see if this 55 flips and then we rotate back up to like 70, or if 55 can hold, then we can rotate below 35 for continuation down.
With Secretary of State Rubio and G7 ministers discuss cooperations on China's actions.
Up, Canadian. We're just kind of. I mean, I don't really have a ton here. We made it to our target, so I don't really have a downside look until we can get below 420, 430. Just seems like a reversion trade. So what I mean by that is right now we're in kind of a balance. This is our 15-minute VWAP. The purple line is our 15-minute VWAP from Globex. The orange line is a deviation away from our VWAP. And right now it just feels very balanced where this morning at open, we rotated down to our 15-minute VWAP and then have been using that deviation as our resistance. We then were able to sweep below our 15-minute VWAP and have rotated now down into our lower deviation. So until we show interest below 420, 430, which was our resistance into close yesterday, and basically for most of overnight, I just don't see a reason to look for more down short term. Seems like we're just rotating between this low and back up to our 70 to 80 here, which is our pivot above. If we can continue to just find balance here in between, this is still an overall downtrend on the day, and we can use that to look right for that continuation once we get below 420, 430. The rotation's back down to 400. So that's kind of my general feel. Is this just looks and feels like balance right now? We're seeing that absorption into our target, which was our 430. And there's lots of potential if this 430 is going to continue to hold that we rotate back up to this like 70 to 80 area. But we've got 30 seconds till new 15s. We're seeing buyers being absorbed into 55 currently. If that holds and we can push below 30s, then we can keep going down, right? But it's just very two-sided right now. We've got buyers being absorbed into these highs, we have sellers being absorbed into these lows, and we are chopping. So until I see a shift, it just feels like that's kind of the mood right now, and I'm not really looking for a ton more. I'm in a position in runners from our breach of this 70 to 80, and that's it. I've taken off most of my risk into 430. So now it's just a waiting game, be patient, and see what we can do. Um, why do I prefer NQ over ES? I trade both. NQ is a bit more movement, so for day trading, um, it feels a bit better for me to take out more points a um in the time frame that I'm looking to trade. I like the liquidity on it. I like how it moves. Yes, I find to be a little too slow for me personally, but there are tons of traders who trade ES solely and don't touch on Cube because it's too volatile. So it's really just a personal preference thing. It depends on the day. Some days I trade ES more than I trade NQ. Um, it just like what's moving more clearly, right? You want to be trading the thing that has the highest chance to reward you, and in a manner that doesn't take a very long time and makes you emotional in the trade, right? So like if we're chopping a lot on ES and this is your movement, like to me this isn't great, right? Like it's very, very choppy. NQ, I mean, even though it's also kind of choppy here, but like these moves down before were very nice, right? Like it's very direct in a lot of the times, and to me that is something that I look for. So I'm just looking for these larger, smoother movements down. That's just a personal preference. For new traders, I don't think NQ is that great. I think you're gonna panic a lot. Yes is probably what you should stick with. NQ might be a bit too volatile for you. But it's one of those things where you just kind of have to play around, see what feels good, and then just stick with it until in practice, practice, practice. I think the biggest thing is just sticking with an individual instrument and learning its personality, I guess. It's the best way to put it. So that you have an understanding of when things are moving well and when they're not, so that you know when and when you shouldn't be trading it. I think that's like one of the most important things is just like getting familiar with the thing that you are leveraging your money into and having an understanding of like when it's worthwhile to trade just by looking at it, knowing like when you have edge and when you don't. So that being said, like um, I mostly trade ES and NQ. I started trading oil a bit last week and liked that, but like that has a very different personality compared to NQ. Your stops have to be different. Your positioning is a little bit different. Sizing is different for me. So it's really just a practice until you figure it out, and then develop systems around that instrument. Yeah, they're not as liquid. Liquidity is incredibly important for day trading. Getting filled at proper levels, not getting stopped out because of volatile spread, like these things are incredibly important. And I find oil a little too news driven a lot of the times. It feels very manipulated to me. Um, but NQ feels pretty solid. Same with ES, very solid. It trades around liquidity very well. It feels very its movements make sense most of the time. Not always, but most of the time, it's pretty readable and predictable for short term movements based off of like who's buying and selling at any point. Find like gold is just way too liquid for me personally. I'm listening to the NATO remarks Trump gave from 2 hours ago, as we're just waiting here. And he just said that his agency, like they believe that they didn't take anything out and that they destroyed everything. That's what he just said to NATO. But we know that to not be true already. So that's kind of crazy that he just said that. Kind of blowing my mind. Like we have satellite imagery of them taking everything out and moving it. Don't really get it.
And Fed Chair Powell does now conclude his Senate testimony. Again, most of the time he was just repeating comments that he made in his testimony yesterday.
Here, let me give you the timestamp. Kind of a crazy thing that he just said to NATO. Here, listen to this. So full rotation from our absorption that we saw into that 55-60, rotation down to our 30s. See if we are able to push below or if this is all we get. I'm unsure. I need to see a bit more. Yes, as well, full rotation. See what we can do. So far, double bottoming. Taking off one more here on NQ and leave a runner just in case we are able to push down. Well, I can reload if need be, but I have one left. I'll look to get to add if we can push below this 20 to 30 and show interest. Can you show up? That's just our Discord. You can join. It's in the bottom left corner. You can see how to join. Do we still use PVZ? Yeah, we use all our indicators. But PVZ isn't very helpful here because we're below our reversion zone. We're in a trending market and not a balanced market, right? So PVZ gave us the rejection here from, here, let me turn off drawings. What did we see on PVZ? Well, we held our value low here and rejected, right? So we're in a downtrend. We have held our value from our first period as resistance. We've pushed down. We got our reversion signal here at our reversion zone on our indicator. That reverted up into POC of the next zone. That then rejected and rotated down. We then came down into our reversion zone and we found balance short term. We're now showing interest below the zone, which is giving us signs of a potential trending down market instead of a reversion to our 85. So something to point out is like in a balanced market, this area would be holding and we'd be reverting and then we'd be going back. But in a trending market, we're using this area as an indication of downtrend strength instead of a reversion back to our value. Right, sell side is moving down. So POC has shifted on NQ, now sitting out at that 55.
To CNBC citing sources say BP could be a split in sale. So again, BP could be split in its sale, according to CNBC citing sources.
Where can you learn about it? I mean, you can either just watch the stream 3 times a week and you'll pick it up probably pretty quick, or you can join and become a member, and we have tons of classes going over it. But I stream for free Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Just join, hang out with us. I think all of our VODs are public for streams as well, so you can just go back and watch those. But yeah, we have tons and tons of material. Yeah, we did our most recent classes. We have like two different kinds of classes. We either have I don't know, I shouldn't say we have two. We have a few different kinds of classes. We have very uh how do I word this? We have very focused classes where we break down specific topics and modules, and then we go over that over multiple weeks with review. So we did a full section on footprint, and that has multiple modules. It has 5 modules on the footprint class. So there's 2, 4, 6, 8, and probably around 10 hours of modules on footprint alone. And then we just did a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 module class, like classes on finding. I'm using the DOM with footprints as well. That was the last module that we're working on right now. So there's a lot. And then before that, we did a huge module on developing edge and going through multiple different strategies and teaching those and finding real examples, showing them live, and then yeah, and so there's a lot. There's a lot, but you can just watch the stream and ask questions, and I'll answer them. It also works as well if that's more how you learn. Today is a pretty slow day, so there's not a lot to talk about, to be honest. Still holding our 20 to 30, no change here. Watching to see if we can start to develop below this or if that's just going to continue to rotate. 20 to 30 was a major level yesterday into close and overnight. Just zoom out a bit so that we can see what we're watching. This is our edge of this fixed range. This 20 to 30 is POC to value high of this fixed range here from our Globex session. So it's incredibly important that we show interest below this 20 to 30 so we can rotate down to 400. Just like yesterday, we're not looking for a major breakdown until we show interest below 400s for that shift value. It just doesn't make sense. These are the same levels that we traded yesterday. So all we've done is come back down to our 20 to 30 where this uptrend started, right? We've now fully retraced this move and have come back down to, quote unquote value. We need to see a very clear look below for more. I have this regression channel on just to show you the overall trend on the day, because I think it's important that to stay to have that understanding that, like, yes, we're balanced, but we have a slight lower high forming, right, with each new candle, slowly just kind of melting down. Very boring day. Yes, is just flat. Like in a 3-point range. Yeah, ES is going to require a lot of patience. Something that you can play off of though, Canadian. And this is something I recommend most people who are new to trading before you poison your brain with 1,000 different strategies and indicators, and you're trying to find your footing here into the trading world. There's a lot of noise. But something that you should definitely start reading into is how to play around a volume profile. So right now, what are we doing? So this is our daily volume profile here. Let me turn all of this off so that you have standing. All right, so this is our daily volume profile. This area that's colored is representing our price inside of value, right? So this is our value high, this is our value low. This is where 70% of the volume on the day has traded. We are currently trading outside of value and developing out a new node below. So there's a lot to reference here if you're just trading off of a volume profile, which is that price is developing below our value, where 70% of the volume on the day has traded. So what we're seeing is a potential shift of value here where buyers showed zero interest above our value at the highs. We have rotated and retested this value and pushed below POC, which is this orange line. This is where the most volume has been traded on the day. It's called the point of control. And from this point of control rejection, we have rotated below our value edge and are now holding that as resistance. So what we're seeing is sell side attempting to shift value outside of our balance, right? And balance can be considered between value low and value high. And we're seeing them trying to make what was where buyers were finding value, right? Where they found this as a cheap price. We're now seeing sellers now loading here instead, trying to shift this to continue this trend downward. So as long as this value edge is holding its resistance, you're in a pretty good position for a continuation down, because we're seeing sell side or sellers, right, basically saying, hey, this is now our high, right? So if this is now our high, and this is no longer seen as value for sellers, but now this is where buyers used to find value, this is a very clear shift in our market that price wants to go down further, right? Because if sellers are now loading here, and this is no longer where buyers are loading, then where are buyers going to load, right? Well, lower, right? Because if it's an auction, you have an agreement between buyers and sellers, and they are right now agreeing that this is no longer being perceived as where a discounted price, right? It's now too expensive here. So this is what we're seeing, is that these buyers that were present here before, who valued this area as a discount, are now seeing this price as a premium, and sellers are in agreement with them. So this shift here is incredibly important for a potential push down. And so what we can do is say, hey, where did buyers find value last time when we were on the uptrend going up, right? So we need to now look to see if this is now seller value, right? This is now resistance, is another way to put that. Where did buyers find value on the last attempt? Because if this is now our high, where's our low most likely going to be? So now we need to go back and look to the left and be like, okay, well, when we were transacting in this range previously, and this was our high, right? These were our highs over here. Well, our lows were down here. So this is where we need to now look for a potential buyer to be looking for price to push down towards, right? For the next area of discount. Again, it's like always think about the market as an auction. So what we're seeing is an agreement between buyers and sellers who have shifted value, who are no longer perceiving this as a viable auction above us. They're shifting value below, and as long as this is remaining true, we should be looking for that downside movement, and then we can look for where previous buyers have found value. If, for whatever reason, we continue to fail to push lower, and we rotate over this value edge, we're going to be then being able to play off of these levels above us, because we have entered back into this previous auction and we have failed to shift value at our lows, right? So like that's the easiest concept I think to grasp is you have a handshake deal between buyers and sellers here in between these areas. And if we can show interest back above, we can then look for these prices. If we see this shift hold, right, and we see this breakdown, we are going to be looking for rotations lower, and then we just look to see where value is found last, and we're looking to trade into those areas. So each one of these like consolidation periods can be broken down, and we can put a fixed range on, which is basically just an aggregate of the volume that was traded there, and it sets a value high, a value low, and a POC, right? And we can do that over and over again and see how volume accumulated inside these periods of consolidation. And so when we come down to look and be like, okay, well, where did price react last, right? Like where was our lows? And do those lows make sense compared to how we were previously interacting in these areas? And if they are, right, like we can use those areas to play around, right? Like they're giving us our areas of interest once we push down. So like we know that this is a deep value here from our last attempt on this rotation up. And so like this is where we should be targeting until we can push below. It has to be seen as where buyers find a discounted value, right? And when we are able to look back in, we can then look for these rotations back up into here. So it's just I think volume profiles are probably like the easiest thing you can learn first. Because it's just like, okay, now we know how to trade around value. And if we know how to trade around value, then we now have strategies and we have some edge on how to interact in a market. So like my levels aren't made up. They're just based off of where our value areas were previously, right? And that's giving us our pivots here. If we know that this is our value high for this low area here, and this is our value high for this area here, we're just rotating in between this fixed range and this fixed range until proven otherwise. And then again, like our daily profiles edges here as well. So we have lots of resistance above. So if this is going to continue to hold from our 50 to, our 47. Sorry. If this is going to continue to hold as resistance, right? Like we're going to be looking for them to eventually get us below this and start to show interest like this for that continuation down. If we can push above, then we're going to be looking for that bid to hold here, recover this buyer who is our seller, and then rotate up to POC. So that would be what I'd be looking for. So as long as this is holding resistance, there's not really much here, right? You're just playing that as your risk. And you're looking for this to hold as resistance, and you're just playing this as a rotation down in balance. Right, so you've got like a 2-to-1 here, risk to reward, by just playing the balance profile with this as your risk. Just using your value edge as resistance. Just like this, simply. Right, and it's the same thing for the bid, right? When you have a balance area, it's a 2-to-1 right now, risk to reward, where you're using this as your risk, and you're looking to play it back up into these highs, and that's that. It's really not crazy. But like if you want the breakdown or the breakout, you need to wait for these areas or these zones to flip for more, right? We need to see where these buyers are showing interest, and it needs to become our resistance. And once we do that, we can then play this look below and hold for our next leg down for a successful shift of value and breakdown, right? But until then, right, it's just a balanced trade. And so there's not much to do if you're unwilling to just trade balance. But definitely look into volume profiles a bit more and how to trade around them. I recommend for a free resource, Trader Dale has a great
So a
book
Shell
that's free.
spokesperson says in regards to the market speculation about Shell considering buying BP, that no talks are taking place. So Shell denying this.
How do you pull up the volume bars? So I just used a couple different tools there. Are you in TradingView, Canadian? It's going to depend on your program. If you're in TradingView, I can help you. Yeah, okay. So let's go to our ES chart. So the daily profile. So first of all, you can find indicators here. Indicators. Right? This is what this icon looks like. You're going to click that open, and then go to technicals, profiles, and then you're going to put on a session profile. That'll give you a daily profile. The HD just has a bit more resolution, and it'll be called SVP HD as once you have that indicator applied. That'll give you a daily profile. Can I add closed caption on my OBS? I got to figure out how to do that. I didn't know that was a thing. Live closed captioning is a thing. That's pretty sweet. If I can figure it out, I'll add it. So if you want to use the tool, Canadian, the tool is a bit different. Your tools are on the left side here. And if you go down your columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sorry, 5. It's 5 down. And you go into here, you open this up. It's in the projection. There's volume based here. And we have a fixed range volume profile. So that's what this is, this little blue one here, is I'm just putting fixed range volume profiles on, and then you just drag it across like that. And if you wanted to be on the bar, you just press the star here, and it'll add it to your bar below. So that's the two profiles I have on chart. This one here on the side is called a visible range volume profile. So this is just showing me the volume for the candles that I have on screen. So it's going to develop and change based off of how many candles I'm showing, right? So if I'm very zoomed in, it's only going to show me the most recent volume because it's the only thing it can see. Whereas if I zoom out a bit more, it's going to show me all of the volume for all of the candles on here and then make an aggregate profile for it. So I like to use the visible range profile with my daily profile because I'm usually a bit more zoomed in. So what this is giving me is it's giving me my daily volume profile is giving me an overall perspective of what this node looks like. And then my visible range profile is showing me the most recent volume in this node, right? So I can see that we're in a very established D profile here in this lower balance, and that we have very clear tails and a very clear node that has a lot of volume being transacted in the mid, right? And so if we understand that how this is developing, where the volume is allocating inside this area, right? We can now play off of this as the most recent node and know where we need to breach, where we need to hold, to understand like where, if we were going to break out, where we would be looking to for those breakouts to occur. Right. So I use 3 profiles. I use a fixed range to give me an understanding of like levels. I use a daily profile to give me an overall understanding, and I use a visible range to show me how volume is accumulating most recently. But again, I think Trader Dale has a great free book on volume profiles that I would really encourage you to look into. To get a basic understanding. Um, Here. I'll link it in chat for you guys. Just give me a second. Surely this book is still free, right? Yeah, it is. There you go. You just like give the your email address, and then I'll DM you this book. I think it's a great starting area, and you'll feel a lot more comfortable on my stream once you read through that. So the book looks like this. I put it in chat, but it'll look like that. Just download the PDF. That'll give you a pretty good basic understanding. His courses are insanely expensive. I don't know if they're good or not. I don't recommend spending thousands of dollars off bat to learn something. So, but his book is free, and so if you have the ability to the drive and the ability to read, seems like a no-brainer to take a look at that. If you join the Discord, Canadian, our Discord, I can also link you a couple other books. But again, like if you just hang out on stream, I stream for free 3 days a week. You'll learn quite a bit. Just ask questions when they come up. Yeah, so let me see if I can find. Yeah, I mean that's really all you need. It's just like, can you read and do you have any drive? Okay, well then look at this. Without it, you're gonna struggle. Um, Damn, there's so much noise in this. Trying to find if I've linked these books before. Ah, yeah, I have. So I'm gonna link you in chat to a previous post that I've made. OP. So just click that, and then I'll link you the two things that I've just posted. But yeah, I think that these two books are a great start to learn. Yep. Sure, like this is one of my favorites. Big fan of this guy. He has one on Footprint as well that's really great. But I've got a PDF version of that in the chat. If you just click that link on Discord that you can just have. Yeah, no problem. There's so much garbage information out
Fed
there,
bids for
man.
5-year notes total $7 billion.
So it's like kind of a blessing if I can help someone before they're poisoned by the 7,000 different YouTube videos of here's how you win 100% of the time. Here's the like all of the nonsense that's this one simple indicator made me $1 million. Like, all right, bud. The one tool market makers don't want you to know about. Just like all of the nonsense. There's so much garbage. Yeah, see, like you've already mentioned ICT, so there's a little poison there already. Might sound a little stupid. Is there better between ICT or volume, or is it just preference? My few months have been in those videos. Yeah. So the problem with ICT is like he is kind of bastardizing content from uh different I don't want to call them belief systems, different ways of viewing the market. So he has a lot of things that look and are really close to being order flow and auction market theory, but he's kind of like trademarked them and called them something else. So I think a lot of ICT concepts can be still like a good foundation, but because he refuses to actually look into order flow itself and is a price action trader, a lot of his concepts don't work the way that he teaches them. But I think like fair value gaps have value if you understand why they exist in the first place, right? Like if we understand like how a spread works and how order flow works and how sweeping through a spread creates these gaps, right? That is a much better system to follow. And so like he's basically relabeled and I don't want to say stolen, but kind of stolen concepts from other systems, and then has like given them a new name and is now teaching them as price action concepts, which I just don't think really works. But if you go through it with an understanding of how price moves in the market, right? Like how price moves between any given point. And you understand like what an imbalance is and how an imbalance is created, you're gonna have a better understanding of what fair value gaps you should be playing and what other concepts. He's got a bunch of concepts, but basically like the way that I trade and the people in this Discord trade is through a system called auction market theory. That's the basis. And that's what I was going over with you with the volume profiles and everything else. And I think that that is a much better foundation to learn from because it is grounded in reality and not based off of the ghost in the machine algorithm that controls the market. That's only there to screw you over. And I don't think that that's a good foundation to trade around. My mic's cutting out? Oh no. Hopefully it's okay on YouTube. Okay, that's weird that it's doing that on YouTube or on Discord. Let's see if we can shift below this 20 to 30. About to have been in this trade for like 2 hours, dude. What is this? Ugh. Dying. Yeah, so like it's all auction market theory and order flow based. Again, like ICT is there's some good concepts there. It's a little cultish. I don't recommend it. There are much better strategies and tools out there.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The prior high yield was 4.071%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.39.
I think
So
anyone.
Treasuries drifted lower during the early
this guy
US session today, adding some late outright concession as investors look to the planned sale of the 5-year notes today. The auction follows a solid 2-year note sale yesterday, which stopped marginally through the when issued level. This week's auctions conclude on Thursday with a $44 billion in 7-year notes as well. So JP Morgan strategists see the auction as requiring more of a concession from yesterday's closing levels in order to be digested smoothly, citing unattractive valuations and lower yields. Latest CFTC positioning data shows that speculators were net short 2.4 million 5-year note futures, a near record amount and a possible source of covering demand at auction.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, like with ICT, again, like it's not that it's not a profitable system. There might be some people who are profitable using it, but the creator is not profitable. So like that's a big issue. When the guy who's teaching you and like swearing by this like ghost in the machine thing is not profitable, it's not something that you should probably be following, especially when a lot of the concepts are just like bastardized from other teachings, right? Of like real things that are happening in the market. And that's kind of my thought process on it. It's just like, why not just learn market profile and volume profile and have an actual understanding of like how price moves, and then all of a sudden you understand why your trades are working, and you're not blaming it on some like market maker who's trying to screw you. I just think that that's like a really bad place to grow as a trader if you think that there's like some sort of force out there to screw you individually. And I don't think that that's a way that is going to promote growth when you have this like deep state basically, which is like trying to screw over your trades, and you can use that as a scapegoat of why it didn't work. It's like once you understand like people are just like caught off sides and now you're punishing them in the opposite direction, like things become a bit more simple. Like the market moves because traders are off sides and have to cover, And then there's the market movements that it's because there's just very clearly demand and they're sweeping through and pushing price over the spread, right? And then there's follow through from buyers or sellers. And it's like once you can read that and see it, you'll be like, oh yeah, I was just on the wrong side of this trade, and I can visually see that these sellers are caught off sides in this low. And if buyers are now willing to hold here at 30s, right, because they're caught below offsides, we have the ability to punish pretty severely. Like as soon as you understand those kinds of concepts, all of a sudden, like your trading is going to get much better. It's no longer like a me versus the machine kind of thing. It's a me versus me. And now and once you have that mentality, it's much easier to improve because once you realize like you're the only one executing, you're the only one making decisions, and you are responsible for your trading and what you are doing. There's no more excuses. And now it's a much better foundation to build off of, and to journal and build edge off of. Yeah, exactly, Gabriel. Most people don't like that, which is understandable. It's easier when you can just push off everything to someone else or some like force, and you don't have to realize that you're a degenerate gambler who has terrible self-control and is their own worst enemy and the only reason that they're not profitable, right? Like
In
that's a
5 minutes'
big
time now,
thing
at the top of the hour, the US is due to sell $70 billion in 5-year notes. The
to
prior high yield was 4.071%, and the prior bid to cover was 2.39.
that's a big thing that you have to work through as a trader of being like, I'm the reason why I'm not profitable. I'm taking trades that make no sense and are emotional in nature, right? And have no edge. I'm trading with a bias and I'm not stopping out when I need to, even when I know I'm wrong, because I'm hoping that price comes back and reverts. I am going to put money into the market and trade larger leverage than I need to because I have an ego that needs to be sated, right? Like, no, like let's take a step back. Let's learn the mechanical setups. Let's trade from a place of from a more fluid place and allow trades to either play out or to invalidate and exit and not be emotional about it. Yeah. No, I mean, you're not the only one, man. There are lots and lots and lots of people. And it's like by far the biggest channel and like has the biggest community, so it's very easy to be like, okay, well, why are all these people following? Surely it works. Surely it's profitable. Surely it's the best. So we've trapped pretty severely here, and we're now holding our 30 edge and rotating back up. Bid can definitely step through here if need be. Rotate us back up to 55 if we can push over this 45. I'm pretty sick of this range, man. God. I'll grab a sweater. What's my name? Most people call me Sig. My name is Tristan though. But on Discord you can find me under the tag Sig, SIG.
So we're shortly expecting the results from the US 5-year note auction. The pre-sale when issued yield comes at the top of the hour. The auction results follow a couple of minutes after this.
Oh, 30 seconds till new 15s. What a boring day. What the hell?
Treasury when issued 5-year yield 3.874% ahead of the auction. Again, pre-sale when issued yield 3.874%.
Been trying to flip this 45. See if they get stuffed here or we rotate up to 55. I'm not too sure as of yet. Again, what we know is that we have sellers caught a bit off sides here into our low into 15 to 20. From that dip below, we saw buyers then step up over 30 to rotate us here. We're watching to see if these buyers are going to be able to step up one last time, rotate us back up to that like 55, 60. Looks okay so far. Just waiting for a bit more follow through.
So again, we're shortly expecting the results of the 5-year note sale now. I'll lead with the high yield.
We've got news coming out shortly that can dramatically change what happens here. But something to note is we now have a catalyst, right? We have traders trapped into our lows. We have price building above POC of the previous candle. So we're just really keeping an eye to see if we can sustain here. If we can, right, we can get a potential start of a right side of V trade going. So it's just something to keep in mind. For those that are new, this is a footprint chart. The yellow represents the POC for this candle. The gray line here at the low is your value low. The gray line here is your value high. They're denoted by these little arrows.
3.879%, 3.879% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 3.874%, which means the auction tailed spot 5 basis points. Bid to cover 2.36, 2.36. The US sold $70 billion and awarded 6.32% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 10.88% of the sale, direct 24.44%, and indirect 64.68%.
This reoffer is going to be really
So
important.
again, to repeat that, the high yield came through at 3.879%, which is a tail of 0.5 basis points from the pre-sale when issued yield.
So all we've done here is trap above our 45s with news coming out. We've seen a bit of a sell. We're watching how we interact here on POC of previous candle. I'd like to see a bit better of a reoffer, which just means a bounce and then a lower high with the sell side stepping in, right, on the DOM. So when I say bid, I'm talking about a buyer. When I say offer, I'm talking about a seller. So there's two sides of a DOM. There's the bid side and the offer side, right? The bid or the ask. So when we talk about a reoffer, I'm looking for a slight bounce and then for a retest into that area again with the seller stepping down on the ask to push price down. So that's what we're just seeing now. This footprint chart is just a trading view chart. I have another one off on my actual trading account. But if you want to use a footprint chart, it's just a chart type now in trading view, volume footprint. And just turn it on. All right, so we got our lower high and that reoffer after watching that seller absorb the buyer into our 45s. Oops. Now just rotating back down to our 30, 20. Not much here. We know that this is the value edge of our previous candle, right, at 25. Need to show interest below, or this is just where that bid is going to be resting. It is what it is. So right now you're in a balance in between these participants. You can look for potentially no, there's not really much here. Just have to wait. 42 to 1. Just refining our levels a bit now that new got a little bit more development here. So full rotation, back down to our value edge here on NQ, ES into our Globex low. This is first target
Just seeing
off of
some
our
news here.
rejection
According to a letter, US allows ethane to be loaded and shipped to China, but not unloaded.
Just watching now to see what we can do.
So from the US letter, sent letters to enterprise products and energy transfer on Wednesday, informing the companies that they could load ethane on vessels destined for China, but cannot unload the ethane port at a port in China without authorization, according to a person familiar with the matter. So the letters from US Department of Commerce follow earlier notifications to companies that imposed a license requirement on exports of ethane to China.
Yeah, I trade 5 days a week. Unless I'm like sick or something, but I'm almost always here. Full rotations here again. God, this is such a slow day, man. Insane. It's because you're here. True. It's crazy you went with the degen tag and not the TFC tag sauce. Straight to my heart. Sportsbook. What is this?
According to Axios, Trump is limiting information sharing after Iran assessment leak. So Trump is to limit sharing classified information with Congress, according to Axios. That's again following the Iran assessment leak.
Do we need a better tag than TFC for people to actually use it? Does it need to be funny instead? Okay. Uh, yeah, no problem, Gabriel. Joining. Can you tell me the difference between the memberships? Yes, I can. Let me pull it up. So it's There are quite a few of them.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
All right, so TFC Lite is our weekly newsletter. It is our Twitter feed with charts and trade ideas for options, as well as overall levels for the week. So that's all TFC Lite is. It is a Twitter feed that and a membership to like the Discord. It doesn't give you access to the streams other than Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which you already have. It just is giving you our newsletter that has some plays in it, a market overview with levels for ES and RTY and NQ, I believe, as well as kind of like our pathing for the week. And then it has options trades that are from another one of our
Nvidia shares
educators.
rise 3.8% to post first intraday record since January.
Premium, which is the middle plan, is the live streams every day of the week, plus all of that other stuff, and all of our educational content that we've put out over the last like 4 years. So all of our VODs, our Monday classes, all of that, that's premium. Premium and indicators is all of our indicators that we have on TFC.
According to the Wall Street Journal,
that
the
I've
US
made,
makes new push for Gaza ceasefire.
which are giving you all of the stuff that's on
Certified
chart right now.
counterparties take $210.879 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
So this is, we can go down this one by one. This gives you access to, oops, I didn't mean to do that. What am I doing? That gives you access to a bunch of invite-only scripts. We have a FEG one. We have a levels indicator, which is giving you your monthly, weekly, daily levels, all of your values, your VPOCs or your like virgin POCs that haven't been touched. It's giving you your weekly anchored VWAP, your monthly anchored VWAP, all of that stuff just put on your chart. It's very good. So that's a great indicator. We have the Patty suite.
Also from the Wall Street Journal, they say Israel and Hamas have shown interest in getting a deal done.
Which is this one. Patty is a price action tool that basically allows giving you like just, I mean, there's a bunch in here. You can look it up, but it goes through like the entire indicator.
So with Nvidia shares continuing to rally on Wednesday and headed for a record close as investors gain confidence that China export controls won't dampen the company's prospects in AI.
Period value zones, which is another indicator that you can go over, but it's basically creating 3 value areas that build throughout the day, giving you an understanding of potential reversals with signals where we're looking for reversions with PTs, reversions with PTs, with a thing on the bottom, just giving you an understanding of like what kind of day type we're in and where you should be looking for price to traverse towards. There's a bunch of educational content on this as well as videos you get access to on how to use these. Yeah, so there's that, and then stacked as well. Which
and
is a bunch of stuff as well.
Article is out on the feed for you to read through. So again, US makes new push for Gaza ceasefire, building on Iran deal.
It's just a trend-based scalping tool that gives you reversal signals plus targets automatically put on your chart, as well as break of structures, and tells you when potential shifts of trend are going to happen, as well as a rebid reversal line of where you should be looking for price to find buyers or sellers at any given point. That's what this is on chart right now. It's showing you short-term reversals, puts it all on there, and then it gives you PTs as well for upside targets and downside targets based off of where we're currently trading, as well as trending. So that's what you would get access to if you wanted both the indicators plus the streams and all the educational content. That's the combo plan. But if you just want streams and you want like ideas and education, then just the middle plan is fine. See if we can pop this and flip it. This is looking like we're rotating up to 70 to me. I'd like to see a flag build here. Looking for a retest of like 45.50 and a bid if we're going to build here, ideally. Show interest above this buyer who is trapped on this rotation down. And then rotate up to our reversion at 70. Kind of what I'm looking for right now. See what we can do. Yeah, yeah. So we're just watching to see if we can build here and then rotate up into this 70. Yeah, it's monthly. Or, I mean, there's a yearly plan if you want it. But yeah.
NATO's Rut says US capabilities delivered to NATO will gradually come down as Europeans step up, but there will be no gaps. Process will be well organized.
Surf, would you use the tag if it was 10D instead of TFC? So it's important to me if I don't know, maybe what's wrong with you guys? Do you just hate me? What's going on? Yours is funny? No, man. No, 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 no. Oh, come on. What the... I just want to know why people wouldn't rep us. Well, so far, just absorbing into the 60, just watching to see if we can continue to hold here bid or if it's going to flip and absorb and then rotate down again. We have a known buyer at 45s. We have the seller sitting here at this 55, 60. Just need to be able to push through this. If we can, then we should be able to get one more leg up. If 45s go offer again, it's just more of the same. This is up to buyers here to see if we can actually get this next leg. This market is so slow today. It's insane. It is very clear that this offer sitting here from 55 to 62 is what we need to breach and show interest above, or this is going to be a lower high back down to 45.
Nvidia shares hit intraday record, last up about 3.9%.
Hmm. All right, into our 45 buyer. Let's see if there's anything here. This is our most recent bid. Offer again, just being absorbed into 55.60. Nothing really changing there. See if we can find anything. Yes, same thing. 47.49, still holding his offer. Rotating down to our halfway back here. We'd like to see a bid step in if it was going to hold. If it can do that, then we can look up. If this flips, then we gotta worry about downside. Just keep an eye on this. Watch 46 for offer on ES. This is where sell side is going to attempt to step down below this buyer from a 45. If they can successfully do that, we can look for 30. And below that, it's just coming back down to our absorption at 23s off this failure on bid. So again, this is first target here. Secondary target would be stepping down for our push down to our value at 20. Just keep that in mind. Failed break again, just seeing this buyer absorbed. Secondary target again is this 20. We can hold here on offer. Offer trying to sweep through. This is next target into 2025. We're going to need to see a very clear sweep through and hold. I think this is where you should be risking off about 2/3 of your position, if anything. Until we can push below this, this is just right back for where we saw these passive buyers absorb these sellers here. So I need to see like a very clear look below and then hold of this, I think, for downside. Or we should just expect price to kind of rotate here short term. Keep that in mind. we can do here, guys. This is super important. ES into our value low edge. This is NQ testing back into this passive buyer here. Need this 20 to flip. Bid was found in the same place again. There's no change. We need to see more from sellers at lows. Just watching this 35 to 45 for offer or lower high. Yes, into 42 to 44. That's where we're looking for offer as well. If it is going to go down, this is where I'd expect sell side to try to shift value on both these names. So what made you go from looking for a flag on the break above to shorting the look into 60-62 that failed? Literally just footprint. It's the look above at 55 and then the failure to really see a secondary bid step in. And then like there's just like not much there below us until 45s. So it was like, okay, well, if there's no interest above, then we kind of have to just play with the higher time frame trend there with another failure. As soon as we start to see this guy absorb and then we see like a seller really start to step in on the gas, we kind of have to change our bias a bit. That's all. Right, because I can't be incredibly bullish for... Yeah. Right, because like we're only looking for 10 more points from our hold there, from the bid at 40, right? So it's like we're 20 points in profit into 60 already, and I'm looking for 10 more points for a
Fed's
VWAP
proposal
trade. But
would
it's like,
reduce aggregate tier 1
is it-
capital requirements for global systemically important banks by 1.4% or $13 billion.
is it
Proposal
worth...
would reduce capital requirements for depository institution subsidiaries of global banks by 27% or $213 billion. Also, the US Federal Reserve proposes changes to ease enhanced supplementary leverage ratio for large banks. Proposal would replace a 3% ESLR buffer for global bank subsidiaries with half of each bank's GSIB surcharge. Bowman says changes would build resilience in US Treasury markets and reduce market dysfunction. Also, Powell said it is prudent for Fed to reconsider rule given stark increase in level of relatively safe assets on bank balance sheets. So Barr, Kugler to oppose proposed changes, according to prepared statements.
Probably one more leg down to 370 if we hold here. Really watching this slow.
Let's keep an eye on the S&P 500, seeing a movement towards the downside here for the back of the release here.
42.44 offer was very good, rotating down to 130, 12 points so far. I think we probably head to 370 here on NQ. We can hold. 385 is our Globex low, so that's kind of your first PT on this look down, but if we can start to develop below it, we're in a pretty good spot. So really going to keep our eye on this hold here, see if we can get this flip, and then if we can rotate down, this would be PT into this area. Something like this is what I'm watching for off of our hold of our 42.44 on ES, as well as our 35.45 on NQ. We just want to see if this passive buyer is going to step back in on a look back up over 20 and 25. Note POC on this candle is sitting there. We're just going to keep an eye on that. If this can hold as resistance, we're in a very good spot for short continuation. If bid reclaims and then shows interest above, then all we're going to do is catch here again and then rotate up. So keep that in mind. I think you're going to see a sell side try to load the boat here again. 25 to 35. And then we watch to see if they can take this down one more leg, or if this is going to flip to supportive. Not sure as of yet which way we're headed. There's not enough information right now. But as long as we're maintaining below POC to value high of the previous candle, it's bearish in nature for overall trend. It's a buyer here at 410 who's trying to hold us. Ten buyers still present. Retesting into POC here at 25. Yes, testing our value edge. I'm just really keeping an eye on this 25 to 35 to see if we can hold. Again, we got to get below this guy at 10 or continuation down. If we start building here and start to show interest above on a hold, this is just going to rotate up. It is incredibly important, again, that this value to POC holds as resistance. Incredibly important if its downside is going to persist. We have 12 minutes left on this candle. Yes, coming back to our 42, 44, we would like to see that offer and hold still. Yeah, it's same as dollar. It's been I've been in this trade for forever, looking for that target. It's taking so damn long. We basically just filled gap there, right? So now it's just a matter of what are we going to do on this gap fill on NQ. Gap fill is into 400, so that's why it was our target. And now it's just a matter of, can we see this lower high be put in with this 25 holding offer? Right, we have this like pretty clear lower balance, and then we have this upper balance where price is basically just being absorbed, and then we rotate through this range. So to me, it's like, what are we going to do at these lows? So if we're considering that this is where price is organically kind of accepting in between, and then any looks above are resulting in rotations through, trapping these guys into these highs. It's like, can we find a bid here now at this 25 and then for this rotation back up? Or are we going to be able to offer back below and then kind of continue down now that we've filled gap? I'm unsure. These slowdowns suck. But it's like, it's very clear that we have no desire to trade above this right now. Every attempt on a look up is just absorbed, 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 and then the offer lowers. So trying to be a bit patient. Bit aggressively trying to step up here at 25s. This is what's important is, are these buyers that are present here above POC of previous candle going to be able to sustain? If we can now sustain here, we're in a very good spot for rotations back up, right? That's why it's so key to watch this area. This is either where we're going to trap and then look back below or continuation down, right? Or this is where we're going to be able to bid and then rotate up off of. Incredibly important here. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it does, but maybe it doesn't. We are looking to see if price can build above this POC and sustain. We're seeing these buyers show size here above this POC. Remember the yellow candle here, or the yellow box. If we can sustain here now and build, we're in a very good spot. If instead we trap here, the bid, and we fail to show interest above, and we look back down, this is then going to be the same thing that happened into this high, which is all we do is absorb these buyers, and then the offer steps down again and then rotates us, trapping these traders here. So again, really important. think you're looking at one of two things here. Buyer sustaining here for rotations up, or sell side offering here on the look down with these guys being trapped. And then rotations down. This is what I'm watching. Like, what are we seeing on footprint happening here? All we're seeing is that buyer getting absorbed here into that 36, right? Which is why it was our level. So it's like, can the bid sustain here now at 20s? Or is it going to offer below, trap these guys here, and then rotate us down?
The euro and pound extend gains to reach 2025 highs as the dollar weakens.
This is why it's so important that we have an understanding of how value works. It's like, if we see that this is our value high previous candle, and this is our POC, we're going to be looking for buyers to absorb here, or get absorbed here. And we're going to need to see a very clear willingness to hold and push above for this to play, or this is where we're going to be looking for that trap to occur, which is what just happened. So now let's see if we get our secondary leg. Yeah, give me 1 second, and I will look at that. This is our 410, it's first target here. We need to show interest below, ideally a sweep below 410. You need to take off some of your short here, regardless. Watch for reoffer here into 20. ES rejected our 42.44, just rotating back down to our value edge. This is first PT as well at 138 on ES. We need to get below this edge for anything more. Offer still just maintaining here, right, at these highs. We're now watching to see if we get a secondary leg. That would look like something like this, ideally, right? A look below our Globex low, or ETH low, whatever you want to call it. We need to see that happen, because if it doesn't, this is just going to be a bid at a higher low, and then we'll look for rotations up for continuation, like so. So let's see if we can get a secondary leg here on ES. Understand, again, this is our value edge as well as Globex low. So big level. This is our 410 where buyers were willing to absorb last on NQ. This is why it's first target. This is what my settings are. Ticks per row 10, value of area 70, POC being shown, imbalances being shown. That should give you what you need. Row size manual. Let me know if you need anything else. Taking off one more here as we push down into 400. We should be able to ideally hold this now and get a bit more aggressive with this short. Offer now sitting at 410 above. See what they do here. There's just like no follow through on these lows, man. This is about 18 points if you short it off of 20 on the look back below and then hold. All right, now that we're just in runners, let me read chat. Think by any chance, can you show a comparison right now with SPY and ES with volume profile indicators? Yeah. Let me do that for you. So they're pretty similar. Need to change the resolution on SPY. It's not good. So very similar distributions, right? Which makes complete sense. You shouldn't be really expecting any crazy divergence between the two, as they are the same. outside, like while touching grass. Is that what you're saying? I hardly ever anymore, sadly. It's one of the bad things about streaming. It's like I'm kind of stuck here. What's up, Grotto? How you doing, man? Yeah, sounds bad. All right, well, we got our first leg down. I don't know how long we're gonna have to sit here. This 400 is just so willing to take size. My stop on these runners is at 30. I don't know.
Euro extends gains of to about to 1.1644 against the US dollar, the highest since October 2021. So again, euro extends gains again against the dollar, the highest since October 2021.
All right, what did you say in this Slack? So funny that you guys have like a trading chat in your Slack. Yeah, sounds about right.
Heads up, Levitt currently speaking on Fox in an interview, just reiterating Trump obliterated Iran nuclear capability.
What is Crank Dat? Is that a band? Artist? Oh yeah, musician. Man, I can't even think of the last time I listened to dubstep. It's been a while.
Sterling rises against the dollar, the highest since January 2022.
I think I might have a panic attack if I went to EDC. I'm not gonna lie. Rails at EDC. I don't know what that sentence means. I'm not gonna lie to you. But you mean like the front row? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Is that worth being up there, or is it just like smelly and sweaty and uncomfortable? Yeah. I forgot about Elenium. Holy. Sauce is a big electronic music enjoyer. The only like electronic I listen to these days are like very ambient, like Taiko or Bonobo or Emancipator.
And White House Press Secretary Levitt ends interview with Fox.
It's just really not my scene. I wish it was. Sounds fun. But people drain me like crazy, man. Very overwhelmed. $2000s pop punk. I'm sure I'd enjoy it. Sounds good. Emmett Fenn. I don't know that guy. May throw some on. Do you like any of these, Sauce? Okay. Listen to that next. That's crazy. A lot of people are there. You get some nice videos for your TikTok. 40 seconds left till new 15s. Just coming back up to this absorption here. No change, just a full rotation. We're seeing the offer attempt to lower here into 25, which is okay. It's good if we're gonna keep going down. I'm just gonna. I'm still short from 30 with a stop at 30. This can really go either way. I don't think we're gonna get a decision until new 15, which again opens in 15 seconds, and then we'll wait for directionality. Right, either the push and hold over 30s for a rotation up to 70, 60, 70, or the push below 400, 405, and then offer and continuation down for a target of 370. We really have like 30 points in either direction here. Very tight range on NQ. Just need to wait for a side to break and then for secondaries to step in. New 15s have opened, holding POC so far on open of new candle. Just keeping an eye on this. Do you have a good indicator that would help visualize gamma? You're not gonna be able to find anything that does that in TradingView. Not well. Yeah. What Beta just put in chat is okay on Twitter. That guy is decent. Xbot. There's a lot of Twitter feeds that update those live for you. Just have to track them and then input them yourselves on the chart.
Russia is open to new output hike if OPEC Plus decides it's needed.
Do I think gamma is important? It depends.
Further detail into this, Russia is open to another output hike at the next OPEC Plus meeting if the alliance deems such an increase to be necessary, according to a person familiar with the nation's position.
Like it's
Moscow's partnership with OPEC Plus is very important, and Russia will be seeking a solution that's acceptable for the whole group at the meeting on July 6th, the person said.
It's not something that I pay attention to very much these days, but it definitely affects the market. Like options definitely have an effect on the market. I don't find a ton of edge in it personally for the way that I trade and for my time frame, but like there's definitely probably some value in those levels, especially like the flips. Like gamma walls, I think definitely have a little bit of edge to them if you're trading like SPX. But again, for like how I trade, you don't really need it. Like we're literally just trading between two participants, right?
National Economic Advisor has it, speaking to reporters, says there's plenty of room for the Fed to lower interest rates right now.
If we like try to overcomplicate the strategy and overcomplicate what we're doing, we're going to either like one, miss out on trades, or two, have too much information where we're going to have like mixed signals where trade confidence is kind of going to lower a bit. Like either we're trading off of order flow and there are buyers and sellers in the market that we're playing around that are being affected, or I feel like you almost need to have, it's a different line of thought. It's like, okay, the market is controlled by options and everything is noise and is going to randomly walk between these gamma levels until they flip. Or you're in the camp that's like order flow matters and we can make money off of these participants at given
Spain
levels.
Deal. It says that Trump is to have a discussion. So again, Trump is to have that discussion.
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much. Just kind of there might be like a good in between where like you mark your gamma walls and then you're not looking for more target wise until we like see a very clear shift below or above. And that could give you a scalping direction. I think that could probably work. But again, like I don't utilize it personally. So I can't really talk on it. I know that TradingView is trying to implement options on their platform. So we might not be too far away from having that kind of information in a way that we can actually pull from. Yeah, ATR is good. ADR, ATR, those are all great. Probably get stopped here. Oil's getting quite the drop here off that news, which is allowing NQ to have a little bit of a run. Still just into our offer that's sitting here into 30 to 35. No change, still just absorbing. Really watching this oil breakdown though. God, what a slow day. Glock, did you find your I saw you just joined, welcome man. Did you find the what am I trying to say? The premium lessons, the master list? Let me know if you have any questions. Holy, so slow. So we're just right back to where we absorbed last. It's a bit too slow for me to give a opinion. We're just watching to see if sell side can hold here for a lower high and get us back below 420. That's what's important right now. So if bid is able to maintain here, then it's just POC holding from previous candle and slow grind up. So 20s here. See if we can step below and hold, or if this is where bid sits. Some of these takes on Twitter from this mayor winning are crazy. I don't understand. Later, man. Have a good rest of your day. 30 seconds till new 15s. Offer still holding where it needs to. Just watching to see if bid can step up or if we just absorb here again. Other rejection off our 30 to 35, no change. Watching to see how we interact here. Need to get back below 20s like we talked about for anything more.
NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at $2.80 a gallon. Diesel July futures at $2.29.
Testing into 20 off another rejection here. See if we bid or if we can flip it. CL getting a little bit of a bid, which is helping with this NQ sell. ES diverging a little bit. Just testing into our value edge.
NYMEX WTI
I'd like to see a
crude
very
August
clear
futures
reoffer
settle
into
at
20.
$64.92 a barrel, which is up 55 cents or 0.85% on the session.
See if 2025 can hold offer. We're watching for a potential lower high here and then a continuation down. If we can do this, that'd be great for us. Later, man. Have a great rest of your day. And totally get it. It feels really bad trying to leave trades on for longer in slow markets. Just feels terrible. Sometimes you just gotta accept that like we don't have the momentum right now and exit before you just go back up to break even. You know, sometimes that's just better to know when that momentum stops and to take profits and get back in later. So totally get you. All right, we need to see sell side step in here if we're going to do it for a lower high. This 2025 would be ideal. We can't show interest below 20s. We're just so stuck here, man. All we've done is rotate to this value edge. And again, we're still just holding this absorption that's up here. Very tight range. What I'm watching for now is if this guy, POC from previous candle, to basically this 20, right, can hold offer. We're just looking to see if this offer steps down here. Get me out, man. How much time do we have left? Oh my god, too much. That's the answer. Yeah, man. Oh, wait, why'd you delete your message, man? What'd you say, Alejandro? My bad. Oh shit. I was wondering if I could scalp options on a liquid stock like Tesla using these tools. Yeah, definitely. I've talked about this before, but we have some members that even just scalp options on the same things that I'm talking about now on ES and NQ, just with SPY and QQQ. Yeah, it's definitely viable. But like, if you were looking to do options on stocks, I would definitely be looking more into the PVZ indicator, the period value zones. I think that that is a great tool for options trading. I'm risking off one here into 410. Still just holding our 2025, no change. Offer lowering. Slow market. Stop is sitting at 30. My average is 24.25. Yeah, okay, so like so we have multiple tools. I can go over them a little bit with you. Because we have such a trending day, this isn't going to look the greatest. The first tool that I think is really useful for this is called Stack. Okay, so sorry, I was just getting everything set up. So stacked is going to give you short-term reversal signals, as well as a trend following cloud, as well as the ability to display breaks of structure, as well as swing structure, to give you an understanding of like where we're trading currently, and targets. So you have the ability to turn on like the overall trend, as well as these like minor or major breaks of structure. And what's interesting about this tool is that if you find something that is there are stocks that are high alpha or high beta, depending on what you're looking for. But like stocks like Nvidia, Apple, Tesla are very correlated to the market, right? Because they have such a heavy weighting in SPY and QQQ. But what they can offer is when Tesla or Nvidia or ES have that weakness, the individual names might be moving more than the overall market index, right? And so if we have signals, we can use them two ways. Either you can look at signals that are being procced on NQ or QQQ, whatever you want to do, right? And we can see the QQQ signals on our individual names. So this can be a super useful tool to get an understanding of how the market's moving in compared to ES or NQ, right? So if is Tesla getting similar signals and showing similar weaknesses as NQ? So like our reversal signals here for short-term scalps are in gray for Tesla itself, whereas our NQ signals are in red. So we can see when like NQ is starting to
Brent
show
crude
short-term
futures settle at
resistances
$67.68
breakdowns or
a barrel, which is up
or
58
bids.
cents or 0.8%.
And you can play around with these names, but I think this is an incredibly useful tool. But sorry, I'm trying to manage this trade. I think 405 has to be target here, and then I'll try to leave a runner for breakdown. I'm going to take off one more here and then just leave a runner. My average is 22 now within this last trade, so I'm going to move my stop to 26. All right, sorry, I just needed to exit that. All right, I have one contract left, 22 average, stop at 26. But like days like today are really tough because we're just going down in a singular direction. So like the things that you want to be watching are basically, are we continuing to hold our trend? And so we have this cloud that's basically just telling you, yeah, we are, and there's no reason to exit this position. So when I see stuff like this and we get a stacked signal into our cloud, and then it's just, okay, well, as long as we're holding that cloud, I'm not exiting the position. I can stay in my options position and I can stay in this risk. I can keep risk on, right? So this is just like a trend following cloud, and we're not looking for any sort of reversion until we can get over this, right? So even when we get our signal, you're looking to take profit into this line. Does that make sense? So when we see reversal signals like this, we still need to get over this as our pivot and show it as supportive, and then we can look up. Until then, this is just going to be a relief bounce in our overall trend that we're following, right? And then we look for continuation down. So there are a lot of tools that are built into our system where we're looking for these relief rallies, and then we're looking for weakness and then continuation, right? As long as we're continuing to follow the trend, this can be a great tool for options traders because it's going to give you an invalidation area and level of like, oh, okay, this is where, as long as we're holding this, we can keep going down. Right, stuff like that is really good. What indicator? It's called stacked or structure. Here. Structure ATR cloud with targets. We can try like Apple as well. So Apple is a good one today. So first 30 minutes of market, we get nothing, right? Nothing prints. We're just developing out our structure. We then see price open in our reversion zone on PVZ or period value zone. We get signals telling us that there's potentially a reversion up about to happen. We're looking for targets of this being our first PT, our value low and our value high, right? So just rotations from our reversion. We are looking for a return to our balance above. That's just our PVZ indicator showing you how we could play this. And then we start to see NQ weakness and Apple weakness into our value high with signals off stacked. We look for the re-entry back into our value, and then we look for the rotation down. All right. Another reversion signal and stack signal into our reversion zone, and then a rotation up to target into our value edge. So, like, yeah, it can be useful. They were designed for futures in mind, but they still work. We have tons of videos going over this stuff. But like even just with SPY, like SPY did a really great job today, just following our indicator. Reversal from our reversion zone right into our value edge, balance and chop here with the higher low. We get a bid and a flag, and then a rotation up to our value high. We then see price push back below, and then hold our value low edge as resistance, and then rotate down. Right? So this is just a volume profile play. Recovery of our value low, rotation up, failure to look above, look back below, hold of our value edge as resistance, and then rotation down for trend. Yeah, dude, penny stocks are not the move. Just not the move. Unless you're in like a pumper Discord, I just don't see how it can be viable. I really don't. I get it though. It is definitely the entry for a lot of people into stocks. Ross is so huge on YouTube, it's crazy. I've got a full write-up on Stacked. I mean, we can go over it more, but Stacked is designed as a short-term reversal tool, and it is giving you both targets, fib targets, as well as showing you potential entries and exits for short-term scalps back to our cloud. So there's like a huge write-up on how you can utilize this and the explaining of like what we're looking for with the that trend cloud. It goes through all of the different setups and why this plays out, going over a change of characters and break structures, which are automatically labeled for you on Stacked, and what we're looking for with that. So you're gonna have to look, go through this a little bit more. But Yeah. And like the reason why I keep talking about this 410 is like this is our PVZ value low level that we're just bouncing off of over and over again. So like this buyer is still just here off of PVZ. Right, we just keep getting these stacked buy signals into these lows, and we keep bouncing off of our PVZ value low. And there's just nothing, no one willing to take and push below this. We should get another move soon when bonds close. Something else that PVZ has that I think is interesting. Do you see these markings on the bottom? These are giving you time periods where we see usually a abnormal, I don't really want to call it abnormal, a higher volatile period where we either see more volume come in or more volatile price action that usually shifts something in the current trend. So we get our opening fuel in the morning, and that's marked here. And this is usually a shift in whatever trend we're going. So we get this push up, we get into our opening fuel, sell side steps in and rotates us down off of our opening fuel here. So it's a good time. This will pop up on your chart with PVZ open, and it'll be like, oh, okay, this is where we should be looking to see some liquidity step in for a directional move. And then we get our first reversal on the day. So it's now based off of our PVZ. We're seeing another secondary move step in where we usually see liquidity start to step in around this time at 10 Eastern. So this is 30 minutes now after the market. We usually get a secondary move, and then we get our rotation down. And then we have our IB close here. So now price is settled, and now we should be looking for another move. Usually get another rotation. And we get our second reversal here. This is another period of time. You can just mark these time periods. I go over this in the post on at 11 o'clock. We usually see another reversal where price has pushed to an area that, and now we see sellers stepping in. And usually you get another reversal here from whatever direction price is going. It's usually an opposite reaction around that period of time. This doesn't always play, but when we have levels already around it that we care about, like we have here with POC, we want to be paying attention to these areas for trades. So these are all marked EU close, another usually volatile period where trades go in the opposite direction. And then lunch is usually a lull where we usually get a lot of balanced action. So lunch, end of lunch. And you can see at the end of lunch, we usually see someone step in here again, and that usually rotates us. And then this is our first reversal for the PM session. We get this nice upside move after that into that first reversal of the day. And then bonds closing is usually another pretty volatile period, which allows for movement outside of balance. And then we get our MOC here, and then MOC close. Those are the periods for PVZ. I think that those are all labeled. My blind. Yeah, so I go over this if you just want to like screenshot this or look at the post. Key market timeframes. And then the setups and methodology of why this works and what we're looking for around our areas. So back to our trap buyer here after another hold of our PVZ low at 410. Rotation just back up to our 430. See if they absorb here again or if we can actually pop through. Glad I took off one at that 405. If we can get over this 36, 37 and see a bid, then this passive seller who's just trapping these buyers up here will most likely be filled, and we can then probably push to that 65, 70 target that we were looking for earlier. If sell side continues to just absorb here, you're just watching for the offer to step back down, and then it'd be another rotation like this. We really, really need to see this offer step out of the way so that we can rotate up. If they just absorb here again, there's been no change in our balance for the last 2 hours. Yeah, stacked as the pancakes. Stacked as the pancake. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, well, it's all about just like, again, understanding, like, once you have a way to visualize where orders are taking place, and you have an understanding of different volume profile shapes and how price interacts around those areas, and you can kind of form I guess what you said is good, is like a full like event line, right? Like a full timeline of events of like what's happened on the day, where those events have taken place, and how things have shifted. That gives you all of the structure you're going to be using to trade around, right? Without it, I don't really get how people are trading, personally. I don't get it. Is it just like off of vibes? See if we can flip this. This needs to be a bid. I'm watching this 27 to like 32 for a bid, or a flip back below, and then a failure from buyers again. See if we find a bid and then can get back over 35, 36. It's incredibly important that from this low, we pop back over here and flip this. If these guys get stuffed here and then we look back below, this is donezo. We need to show interest over 35s here, or your offer is going to be sitting for a lower high. Testing into it now. This is our look above. See if we can bid it. This is our value high of this current candle. This is where that seller was sitting before. We want to see this stay bid. No interest here. Looks below 25, and I shift my tune back down to bearish. I'll look below and hold.
So Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are to prep to count crypto assets for mortgages.
Come on. Figure it out. This stall is not great. I'm currently risking 5 points here. Stop at 25, just below 25. 30 is what we're playing off of for rotations up to 65, 70. First target 45s. I'm out 1 here into 45. You have to kind of risk off 1 here. It sucks, but it is what it is. This 45. If we can pop through 60s, we're in a very good spot. 60 is where our next offer is sitting. This is our previous seller where they absorbed last. That's 55, like 65 is just going to be so rough unless we punch through. Oh. Yeah, man. Mm. 15-minute VWAP sitting at 57. Again, this 55 to 65 is really it. See what we do up here. Not bad for 5 points of risk, though. Not bad. Is ES VWAP. Offer sitting at 55. That's our 55 here. Either move stops up or take off risk. You know, it's up to you. This is our reversion target. Got to get through this just like we did at our 35 for our next big break. If we can start to build above this 55-60 area and show interest, then we have room. But we gotta see it first. You should definitely be at least out of half your position. You're looking for a buyer here into like 51 to 45 for a high or low off of this absorption. They've got to be here. We flip back over this, then we're just looking for a rotation back down. Again, you have to risk off into your reversion. We already have identified this as where sell side is absorbing. So let's see if we can find a bid here into 50 to 45. This is where you would want a secondary buyer sitting. If they aren't here, I think the trade's kind of over for short term. New 15's opening now. This is a big test here between buyer and sellers. They're trying to flip it on the offer. You either can stuff here and then look back up and I'll look to reposition, or this is going to rotate back down to 30 here off of an offer, lower high. Patiently waiting. If you're playing off of the flip of 45s, 35-30 is first PT. Our last known buyer is sitting at 32 to 37, basically. So we just need to see how we look into this liquidity. Offer holding 45 so far. It's like 45 needs to hold supportive, and we need to show interest over 52 for short term. I'm flat, just waiting. I closed into 55, 60, so just waiting for directionality here. Someone's going to get trapped, and then we play off of it. Either they'll look over 60s and hold, will be my next entry, or they'll look back down into 30s. No reason to try to play the mid. What indicators? Just a 50, just a VWAP. The levels indicator is on, but that's just like this little line here, Cass. That's like, this is the levels indicator. Everything else is just, it's just a VWAP and a watermark. It's the only thing I run. Just a VWAP with the deviation band. The yellow line under. What yellow line? This one? It's levels indicator. And then again, I just have a VWAP on with the bands. Yeah, no problem. Such a boring day, man. Yeah. Hmm. Nothing, nothing like chopping in the middle of our two zones. Peace, man. Any vacations or traveling coming soon? I need one, man. But no, nothing yet. Nothing planned. New 15s opening here, 10 seconds. 5 seconds, sorry. Just send us back to the low, man. $45 offer holding. Get me out. They're really trying to absorb here into 40. Yeah, they're really trying. They're getting eaten so far. The issue is like if this 45 holds again and we don't see an incredibly strong reaction at 30, like it's just a reversion back to 20s, which is what we've been trading around like for 90% of today, which is just gross. So here's the rotation into 30 off the 45 offer. We should see a little bit of a reflexive bid here, and then we watch for either offer to lower, right, following pathing. It's incredibly important to see if we can hold this pivot. Good job, Sauce. All right, what are they going to do here now that we've reverted to our 420 for the meme? I feel like risk from sell side is going to be sitting something like this. I feel like they're going to try that. Don't know if it's going to work. I'm not positioned. I'm just waiting. Yeah. These slowdowns are so brutal. The key for these kind of days is just like you got to play around the reversion at the 15 pin if you want, in my opinion. It's like just so reactive. And like until we can look above and hold, like these looks in to where we have a known seller that's just willing to take in size. It's just like, okay, we're just loading back and now it's just right back down to our deviation again, right on our band at 420. It's like there's just no interest above and it's just a reversion to and then back down. Like until we can step over this and show this is supportive, there's no reason for in my opinion to like really be looking up anymore. This is our reversion has moved, right? It was over here previously, and now this is kind of stepping down. So this 62 is still just reversion target where our seller is absorbing. There's just nothing here. We're just trading in between our bands. Like we know that the seller is sitting here. We've seen it. This is a great first target at 20 if you're playing off of this, following our pathing with the risk profile. You got to get below 420 for more. I'm just going to adjust this over a little bit. Oof. Yeah, dude. I mean, like 420 is just, it's so sticky. Like, what are we doing? There's nothing there. Until we see sell side show interest below. Just gotta look for lower highs and see that offer like slowly step down. Sorry, yes is not even on screen. Tomorrow I think it'll be better. I feel like offer is gonna try to hold this for a lower high here, 30 to 37. Just need to see us below 20s. Basically just watching, like we had a known seller here. We've gotten this, and now we're watching to see if we get another lower high here for this step down like that. Right, this is now what we're watching for like risk. Battle for this 30 is nuts. This bid needs to aggressively sweep over 30. Need to see him build here. Thirty's trying to lift. Come on. The bid fizzles out here. It's not a good sign. We really want them to hold this. How much time do we have? 8 minutes till MOC. We want this trade to work before MOC. POC is sitting at 43.50. Should be your first risk off if you're playing off of 30. I filled one at 43. $20 till new 15s as well. Yeah, that's your last 15 minutes of the day here in 10 seconds. And then 5 minutes after that is MOC, which can completely invalidate our trade. So keep that in mind. This is why we've taken off half into 43. Now just waiting. New 15s opening now. It's a random week to be off. Did you take vacation or is it just slow or what? Brother. Six weeks off is crazy. Holy shit. Awesome, man. I don't know what I would do with myself if I had 6 weeks off. I'd probably just be like incredibly depressed. Need to stay busy. Two minutes till MOC. My stop is sitting at 30, by the way, on my final contract. There's a good chance I get stopped out into MOC. And then I'll wait to see which way we go and play that reaction if it's good. As long as bid is still holding like this 24 to 30, you're in an okay position. But I don't want to be long into MOC or short. I just don't want to be in anything.
One minute to the market on close imbalance data.
MOC here, 20 seconds.
Ten seconds.
MOC.
Market on close imbalance S&P 500 sell side 1.1 billion, Nasdaq 100 sell side
Full rotation.
0.5 million, Dow 30 sell side 425 million, Mag 7 buy side 24 million.
See what happens here. We want this to push above and hold for rotations up to like 65. If this holds offer, then it's still just balanced in between. Still seller sitting here just willing to take. Bid attempting again, looking above. This doesn't look terrible to me so far. This reoffer is going to be incredibly important here into 45. They got to get back over this. They're trying so hard here. What the heck? Get us out of here. Five minutes left. Such a terrible MOC. Holy. Should be in your invite only. The first word should be structure. Here are the settings clock. They've taken in like 600 contracts here. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Still just absorbing here into 45, 50. I need this to get through. I want that 65 so badly. I don't know if we're getting it. If they fail on this attempt here, and then we look below 30s, I'm donezo. Taking off one here. Actually, I'm flat. Okay. That's your push to 50-minute VWAP. Ugly. There's 65. Last 10 seconds of the day. Love that for us. All right. Hopefully the volume's a bit better tomorrow. This was pretty bad. I will see you all tomorrow. Decent trades. A lot of sitting on hands today, just waiting. Yeah. Good talks today, at least. But Jesus. My longest winning trade time today was 1 hour and 51 minutes. That is, it's basically swinging for me. So slow. How do I add that to my TV? Nick, are you in voice? No.
So Nvidia shares rise 4.3% at the close, at first record since January.
All right, boys, you have a good one. Looks like a pretty nice pop here in the close. Love that.
So just a reminder.
That sucks. All right, well, I'm not gonna look at this anymore. That's annoying. All right, goodbye, friends. I will see you all tomorrow or Friday, depending on if you remember or not. Have a good rest of your day. Peace.